Any updates? Or still the same?
No, nothing. I took him to the doctor yesterday.
All right, so same situation, still praying for them. All right, any other prayer requests? All right, we'll pray. Okay, make sure our masks are on in the class, at least over our mouth, please. We'll pray, and then I'll give you that time to work on the booklet. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for getting us to the middle of the week, and everyone that's here, keeping us healthy, Lord, and safe, and allowing our school to still be open through this hard time that a lot of schools are being closed and can't open. Thank you for allowing us to do this. Also, thank you for all the kids, Lord, their work they're putting in classes to get the best grades they can. Please bless them, Lord. Continue to give them wisdom and safety and strength through this time, certainly as flu season's coming up with the change of weather and everything. But also we come to you to pray about some specific prayer requests. Please help Kylie with her unspoken, Lord, and also with her family member that has cancer, Lord. Please heal them if it be your will, Lord, and give the family peace and strength and wisdom through this situation, to be able to rely and trust on you as you're the great physician, Lord. You can heal all, and you can protect and give peace to all as well. Also, please help Emma's family members, Lord, her grandfather, as he's still being tested to see if he has cancer, and also her uncle, I believe, with the prosthetic leg problem. Please give both strength through their trials that they're both going through, and wisdom, and be able to trust in you. And if they maybe don't know about you, please allow Emma or someone to be able to be a light to them, to show them you and how good you are. Please bless our day, Lord, and Bible, and the rest of the day for the kids and the week. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, we're going to work on our student booklets for about 5-10 minutes, and then we'll do a few notes today. Okay, so work on that. I know there's usually a few questions that you guys have to do in your own time, so I'm giving you that time right now. Okay, so make sure our phones are away, you're working on that, and you may begin. Okay, yesterday we were talking about, John the Baptist being the spotlight, right? How he was talking to the people in the synagogue, these Pharisees. They're asking him these questions. Okay, he's the one baptizing and leading the people. Okay, but John is considered, this whole lesson is called John the what? No, the forerunner. Okay, John the forerunner of Christ. Okay, so that means, again, as we mentioned, it means the person running ahead or the person paving the way for Christ. So we see John in the spotlight, okay, but we're going to see a transition period, okay, under the humility of John. I don't know if that's a note in yours or not, okay, but we have under the humility of John. We left off talking yesterday about the spiritual confusion and the ignorance and pride, not in that order. But we talked about that, but we're going to see the humility of John, and then we're going to see that transition. All right, John made no great claims for himself, and we've mentioned that before. Okay, throughout the whole book of John, he's not talking about himself. Okay, and when we see him talk, he's always pushing towards who? Jesus or Christ. Okay, Christ called him the greatest among men. Okay, that's what Jesus said about John. Okay, he said John is the greatest among men. Okay, one of these reasons is because he was so humble. He wasn't about himself. Okay, he didn't care to gain riches and fame about himself. Okay, everything he did was, just as the Bible said we should do, it was for the glory of God or Christ. Okay, and we read that in Matthew 11:11. John was sent from God. Okay, John 1:6, if you'd like to turn to John real quick, because we have a few passages to go through. But we'll start in John 1. John 1:6 says this. Okay, we're talking about how he's sent from God. Okay, it says, there was a man sent from God. Okay, very literal. Whose name was John. Okay, pretty hard to translate or understand that verse. It says, there was a man sent by God. His name was John. Okay, so we know he was sent from God. His birth was announced by an angel. Yet, okay, he made no claim to fame. All right, the Bible tells us, and an angel announces, hey, John is going to be born. Okay, he was in the womb at the same time as Jesus, to Mary's, I believe, sister or something like that. I can't remember exactly. Okay, but John was related to Jesus, okay, in that sense, but he had no reason to be like famous or known. Okay, he didn't care about that even from the beginning. Okay, he was brought by God. Okay, and an angel proclaimed his coming. Okay, his answers to the Jews that we talked about yesterday, okay, his questions was simple. Okay, his answer was, I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness. Okay, that can sum up the reason or everything behind his answers. Okay, I am a voice crying out in the wilderness. Okay, someone, wilderness meaning like someone that is not in the city, it's away. Okay, I'm crying out. Okay, from a distant. Okay, I'm not the one that's supposed to be the center point or the spotlight. Okay, I'm talking about someone else. Okay, and he talks about make straight the way of who? The Lord. Good. Okay, and that's in John. We see in John 1:23 as well. Okay, it says, he said, I am, or John said, I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness. Make straight the way of the Lord. Okay, and then obviously he emphasized at the end of that verse about the prophet Isaiah or Elijah. Okay, talking about, hey, we're here to make and pave the way for our Lord Jesus Christ. Okay, this is all about the humility of John that's going to lead us to that transition point. We see also in John 3:30, chapter 3, verse 30, it says this. Okay, he must increase, very famous verse, but I must decrease, very popular verse. Okay, he, talking about Jesus or God, must increase. In everything we do, okay, the Bible tells us it's supposed to, and I've already mentioned it, glorify God. Okay, glorify Jesus. Okay, this was John's mission. He said, everything I'm going to do, everyone that might decide to follow me, I'm pushing them not to me. Okay, I don't want a group of people to continuously follow me. Okay, which might have been hard, right? When you have a lot of close friends and people respecting you, okay, like I said, it's easy for us men or humans, okay, to like that, to like the attention of others. Okay, but John said, no, I'm doing this not for that purpose. I don't care about me. Okay, the reason why I have all these people and the reason why I'm teaching them, okay, I tell them every time I talk, I'm pushing them to Jesus because he's coming. One day the Messiah, the true Messiah, will come. Because John, again, as we mentioned, to reiterate, he said, I'm not the Christ. I'm not Elijah. I'm not Moses or the prophets. Okay, I'm just John. I'm just John, a humble servant that is trying to push you towards the one that truly matters. Okay, and it all in this verse, obviously, just in a small reference, is talking about that he must increase, but I must decrease. All right, for us to truly know Jesus, okay, even in our Christian life, we must decrease. Meaning, okay, we like things in this life, yes? Everyone likes something. We all have hobbies and things, right? But the thing that should always be most important, certainly as a Christian, is getting to know who? God. We should always spend time. That doesn't mean, okay, I can't do anything that I like. Okay, sometimes people teach that. That doesn't mean that, hey man, I like playing sports, but I can't play sports because I must decrease. That's not what it means. It just says in everything we do, so during our lives, during our day, okay, we should be thinking about every decision, maybe what would God do? What would God have me to do in this situation? Maybe you have a fight with a friend or family member. Hey, what would God have me do in this situation? Rather than, as we talked about Mr. Coral or my story, okay, just reacting in the flesh about some nuggets, okay? But that's how we should be living our lives, right? That's on a smaller level, but maybe when we get older, bigger decisions rise. Okay, if we do things, okay, this is proven. If we do things in the small decisions, okay, we're younger, okay, and we decide to obey and obey and obey. Guess what's most likely going to happen when a big decision comes? What's going to happen? You're going to obey and make the right decision, right? So same thing, if in starting when we're younger, but now juniors and seniors, if we're living our lives daily, okay, trying to think and decide maybe what would God have me to do in the situation, whether small or big, okay, guess what happens when a big decision does come? Okay, if I'm continuously choosing and, again, putting God's plans above my plans, putting God above me, what do you think is going to happen once a big decision does come? We're just going to keep on doing what we're used to doing because we built that habit of me, again, my wants and my desires and my thoughts decreasing and filling my heart, my mind, okay, with God, okay, by reading the Bible, okay, by talking to him, learning about him. Okay, that is a necessity. And we're going to see this all happening in the humility of John. Okay, he must increase, I must decrease. And he's talking to the people, his followers, saying, hey, again, the Messiah is coming. And we're about to talk about it a little bit today. The Messiah is coming. Okay, I have to decrease. Don't follow me anymore. Okay, he must increase. Go follow him, the true Savior of the world. Okay, and with this we see Christ continued. Okay, after John's attitude of humility, Christ continued even after this incident. Okay, he must increase, but I must decrease. And this is going to lead us to, okay, we're going from John in the spotlight to Christ in the spotlight. The whole purpose of John being the forerunner, okay, it's going to go from John, obviously, to Jesus, which is the true light. So we have Christ in the spotlight. Okay, we see in John 1, 23 through 27. We read all these at the beginning. Okay, but I'm going to reiterate these few verses. John 1:23 says this, he said, again, I just read this before, I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness. Make straight the way of the Lord, as said the prophet Esaias. And they which were sent were of the Pharisees, and they asked him, and said unto him, why baptizest thou then? If thou be not the Christ, nor Elias, neither that prophet. John answered them, saying, I baptize with water. But there standeth one among you, whom ye know not. He it is, who coming after me is preferred before me, whose shoes latchet I am not worthy to unloose. Okay, again, everything John did was to focus on the coming of Jesus. Okay, he says, the one that you need to know, he's among you. You just don't know him. He's already here. Okay, I baptize, it's just water. It's just water I'm baptizing with. Okay, but the one that's coming, I'm not even worthy. Okay, again, showing that humility. I'm not worthy to even unlatchet his shoes. Okay, this is leading us, obviously, again, John pushing towards Christ. But it's going to lead us to Christ in the spotlight. Okay, with this, we see in this passage I just read that John purposely redirects the spotlight from himself to Christ and projects this light or spotlight onto Christ. The first thing we see, as on the screen already, John diminished himself. Right? John lowered himself by saying that he was only a mere voice. Right? He said, "I'm just a voice crying out in the wilderness." Okay, basically saying, I have no importance. I'm just a vessel being used for our Savior, for our Messiah, for Jesus Christ. Okay, and you have to remember, okay, they're kind of related. Remember John and Jesus, okay, they knew of each other this whole time. Okay, John, how would you feel, okay, say, obviously this is just an illustration, okay, but say one of your relatives happens to be king or queen somehow. Not you, but your relative is. Okay, and maybe you guys are equals this whole time, okay, but now it's coming time that your relative is like about to come into play and maybe has some property of the throne, wherever it may be, whatever throne, imaginary throne we're talking about. All right, how would you react?
I'm become best friends with them, so I would be rich as well.
Exactly. Would you be willing, say you're equal in the family, your grandparents love both of you, okay? What's our natural cause? We're going to be jealous of them, I would say a little bit, right? You would want to be royalty. I would want to be royalty, right? I'd be like, we're relatives, we're basically blood. How come they get this chance to be royal or lifted up? Okay, this power given to them, right? They get followers and people, attention. Obviously, not all of us would want that, okay? But most people would want that themselves, okay? But now we get to see our relative rise, okay? Obviously, Jesus was the Son of God, so it was a purpose, okay? But this is just illustration. But, okay, what we could do and what John did is say, hey, this is my relative. They're coming, man. They're a great person. They'll be a great leader, right? I'm going to be here supporting them with everything I have. All right, that's what John did. He was basically like a great cheerleader for Christ, theoretically. Right? He's saying, hey, Jesus is awesome. He can save you. He's the Messiah that we heard in prophecies. He is this loving but just Son of God and Lamb of God. Okay, he's going to later sacrifice his life for you. All right, this is the man you're supposed to follow. I'm a nobody. I'm a bench warmer. He's the star. All right, follow him. And we see Christ in the spotlight because John diminishes himself. The word exists in the mind, okay, before the voice utters it. Christ, or we've learned that the word means logos, okay, had existed before John. We see that in John 1:1, right? In the beginning was the word. Okay, obviously John has not been existent in beginning of time. Yes? We can all agree that he was just man. All right, but Jesus did. Okay, in the beginning was the Word. We talked about that. So this Word, or Christ, had existed before John even came to announce him. And then we also see a voice heard, but not seen. John was not to put himself in the limelight. He wanted the people to see the Lord. He said, behold. Okay, in the Bible, anytime behold, as Noah has mentioned before, it's kind of like, hey, listen up. All right, behold. Hey, emphasis, this is really important, exclamation point. Okay, all these arrows pointing to it. Hey, look at this, guys. Behold. Okay, behold the Lamb of God. Okay, we see that in John 1:29. Okay, we contrast John's attitude with that of the Jewish rulers as recorded, and we talked about in Matthew. Okay, the Jews did good things because they wanted to be seen. Right? These Jewish leaders, okay, they would go on the corners of streets and pray out loud. They'd be like, oh God, thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for making me such a wise person, right? They would go on these streets, and the Bible tells us, and they would do these things publicly so people could see. Okay, maybe they're doing charity or something. They would make sure tons of people were there saying, hey, I'm giving these people food. Love me because I'm doing these good things. All right, John did not do that. He did everything in the background saying, hey, Jesus, he's the one. He is the one. All right, and that's what we see a contrast between these two different attitudes. Okay, the Jews did it for their own desire of attention, and it caused them to do things to draw attention to their good deeds, okay, including sounding a trumpet just before they're giving a charitable offerings, as I just mentioned, praying aloud prayers on the street corners, and making themselves look emaciated when they fasted. Okay, Christ said that they have their reward, meaning that they were seen of men. That was their reward for doing that kind of stuff. These Jewish leaders, they did these things, they were noticed, and the Bible tells us that's their reward. They have a temporary, vain reward because they're not really doing it for God. There is no eternal reward for it. But he condemned, or mocked or yelled or was disappointed with, their practices and made clear that they didn't have God's approval. We also see the word remains after the voice is silent. The voice of John was silenced when he was beheaded by Herod and has been silent ever since, but the word abides forever. We see these things, John diminishing himself. It starts with him, again, as we talked about, focusing on God. But then it leads to how did he portray God? Was he like the Jewish leaders trying to do things in public so everyone would praise him? No, this is a guy, remember, he was just wearing camel skin and fur. He ate locusts and honey, so maybe people thought he was a little weird. He did. Maybe he's looked at a little weird. Maybe he didn't shower all the time or use water to clean up. Obviously, they didn't have showers. Maybe he was a rough-looking guy. But he was maybe a good speaker and someone people respected, but he always pointed them towards Christ. He didn't do things for his own vain glory and stuff. We see that contrast, and we also see, the Word was before John, so Christ was before John, but they also see that the Word remains after the voice is silent. John is man, and we're going to see and maybe talk about later, but again, the focus is on Jesus, so not too much. But John, later on, is going to be beheaded. He kept on doing his thing for Christ. He kept on being that beacon, pointing to the right place, just like a lighthouse. Right? Its job is not to bring attention to itself, but to point direction to where attention needed to be. All right? It allowed ships to travel where they needed to go. All right? John was kind of that lighthouse for Jesus. He was the messenger, the one at the lighthouse, pointing the light to where they needed to go. Say, hey, over there, Jesus is right there. That's who you should follow. That's the Savior. That's the person we're supposed to go to. All right? And that's what John did. And he did that all the way to, again, as his voice was silenced by being beheaded by King Herod. All right, so we see John diminishing himself. This is the beginning of Christ in the spotlight. We also see John exalted Christ. We're going to go over. Actually, we're out of time. So I'm going to stop there. We'll pick up there tomorrow. We'll talk about John exalting Christ and then the Lamb of God in the spotlight, which is kind of the same thing, just a little more in depth. But what we'll be done for today is Wednesday, so no homework, but be ready for your verse quiz tomorrow. And booklet, we'll finish the notes tomorrow, then review for our quiz on Friday. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Hope you guys are doing well, and we'll see you next hour. Screens don't need to be on. We have a test. No, but it doesn't need to be on. All right, here we go. We're going to do a few review questions. All right, so we'll do 4 review questions. So someone raise your hand, ask a question that you have. Okay, I'll do my best to answer it, or we'll answer it as a class if you guys know it. And then we will take this. So any questions? Any questions? Certainly for those that weren't here, if you have any questions, throw them out there. Any question? No question? We're just ready for the test? You want one of the first 10? Name the 3 men who wrote the Federalist Papers.
James Madison, Hamilton,
John Jay. John Jay. It is J, or John Jay, Madison, and Alexander Hamilton. Yes, you can just put last names. I think, yeah, you could probably, for the short answer, you could probably just do last names. I mean, the other ones are multiple choice. Most of them, there's a lot of multiple choice. Remember, there's like 20 of them. So, the essay was discuss the main elements of the process by which a bill becomes a law. Remember, there's 12 different things. You don't need all 12. Okay, you just need to summarize it. Maybe some of the main points. Remember, we learned how a bill becomes law. There's 12 long things. All right, so maybe know how it starts, what branch it goes through, and how it's finalized. So I'll give you guys about 3 minutes to study. Okay, any other questions? Any other questions? I don't remember what page it was on. It was a long tan color thing. It said bills become a law, 12 different things. Okay, you don't need to know all 12. No, like I said, just summarize it. So say how is it introduced? By who? What branches do it have to go through? And then how is it finalized? That's basically all you need to know. Huh? That's the essay, yeah. Yes, I mentioned it at the end. I mentioned it at the end. I did. Well, I'm pretty sure I did. If I didn't, I'm not required to tell you everything that's on the test. But I just told you, and you have 3 minutes to study. So, okay, so again, it's not hard. Don't overthink it. Okay, discuss the main elements of the process by which a bill becomes a law. Remember, there's 12 detailed steps. Okay, all you need is, remember it says the main elements. No, that's the wrong page. Huh? Yeah, there's 3 main things. So basically say, hey, how is it introduced and who is it introduced by? What branch does it go through in the middle? And then how is it finalized? That's all you need to do. Right here. 86 are the 11 steps, okay? And 85 shows the process of it. Okay, you just need to know the main stuff. It's just a summary. Okay, remember, essays are only worth about 5 points. Okay, so that's all. You don't need 20 points worth of an essay. You only need 5 points. Probably. Okay, remember we have 3 minutes. Distant learners, we have a test. You should have that. I should have sent that to you already. If not, text or email me real quick, and I'll get that to you right now. We're reviewing real quick for about 2 more minutes, and then we will take the test. Does that make sense? If you know all of them, then I'll think about it. She's asking if she can get extra credit if she knows all 12 things.
Well, they only give us 11. So
Or 11.
Is it this one? It says in green. No, that's the next page.
Yeah, that would probably be the easier one to study because there's 3 main processes. Okay, the other one, like I said, huh? Or 4, sorry. It's basically 4, but it's basically 3, but that's just the introduction, who it's brought from. Like I said, all you need to know, okay, who brings the bill into play? Okay, how is that brought in? So the beginning of the bill. What branches does it go through? And then who finalizes it? It's just summarizing. It's just a summary. So you could just put both, one / the other. Okay, any other specific questions does anyone have? Any other specific questions on the test? Yes. No, you don't have to reiterate it twice. Just say This happens through the Senate slash House or House slash Senate. Yeah, the next page shows it more in depth. But you don't need to know the more in depth. Like I said, you only need to know the main elements. All right, one more minute. Okay, so no other questions other than the essay? Okay, honestly, most of the stuff on the bill is within the test already, like a lot of those things. So you could just review through the test after taking it and then fill it in. Okay, about 30 more seconds. I started on this side last time for our quiz, so I'll start on this side this time. Huh? But the last thing we took, remember I came over here, you said, we started here the last time, so I started with it. Yes, ma'am. Which one? Sunset laws. I do believe that was a question on there, but I think it's a multiple choice. Not guaranteed on that. Huh? I leave it like this because I always think it's easier to flip the test without the staples. For me, like when I like take a test, I like having like the page free like this. I don't know, instead of having to flip and like leave it like that. I mean, I'm weird. I am weird in some things. Yes, ma'am. Multiple choice. They're all multiple choice. Like I told them, you guys weren't here, but like 20 questions out of there's 50 questions total. 20 of them are multiple choice. There's 10 short answer, 20 multiple choice, or about 20, maybe more than 20. Some true and false, modified true and false, matching, and then an essay. It's called, never mind. I was going to say the same thing. All right, here we go. Sure, I can take the test as well.
Let's go. See, if we get better than you, can we get extra credit?
I can't look. Huh?
I said if we get better than you, can we get extra credit points on our test?
The person who gets the highest score that's like above yours.
I already gave you bonus. I've given you guys so much. I give you bonus for study sheet. I had a review game for bonus, and I give you a bonus question. I'm not giving you more bonus. I think everyone would rather the bonus question, because that means everyone can get the bonus question. All right, here we go. Put everything away. It is time. It is time. Put everything away. Among Us. Maybe I'll ask you for the topic, and you can pick.
What's today, the 28th?
Today is the 28th. Okay, once you get the test, remember no more talking. This mask keeps on falling off my face. Well, this one's like the one from the school office because I left mine in my car, and it's like itching my face. Here you go. I can bring a staple around in a second. You guys like them stapled more?
Yeah.
All right, I'll staple them.
You can make the printer sticker though.
I know. I don't know how, but I do know. I see the staple button, but I'm always scared to press it and some mess up. Yeah. I'm not a master in the printer level or whatever you want to say. All right, shh, everything away. Everything away. Jaylene's cranking in that last memorization time. It's in the back, right there. All right, if you guys have any questions, you can raise your hand. I can do my best to hint or help. Okay. Distant learners, again, if you have any questions, let me know. You should already have that test, so hope you guys do well. Send that to me so I can get a grade put in. See you later.
All right, welcome to chemistry. Whoops, let's turn this down just a little. All right, welcome to chemistry. Distance learners, just hang tight for a little bit. We're going to take care of a couple things as far as going over our test and a couple other paperwork things and then watching a video. So if I had to guess, I'd say 20-ish minutes. We'll see. So we'll be back later on in the class period, but just want to let you guys know we are here, we are working. We just can't stream this stuff. So I'll see you guys whenever I get back on. All right, why am I? Okay, there we go. All right, welcome back. We're on chapter 3. We're talking about stoichiometry, elements, and compounds. Just out of curiosity, how long did we take? Oh, right about 20 minutes. Anyway, right? No, wasn't even. When did we start? 10:10? Okay, yeah, it was. Whatever. All right, chapter 3, stoichiometry, elements, and compounds. Yep, that's how you say that word is stoichiometry. You better get used to it because this name is in chapters 3 and 4. So it's going to come up a lot. So what is it? That's probably where we should start. What is stoichiometry? Well, stoichiometry is the numerical relationships between elements and compounds, and it literally means to measure the elements. That's its entire purpose. Okay, see, chemistry happens in very fixed, predictable ways, which means then that we should be able to take and know exactly what's going to happen in a chemical reaction before we do the chemical reaction. Everything that we have done so far has been building up to these 2 chapters. I'm not trying to oversell it, but like, hope you were paying attention, okay? There's a reason the whole reason I do 1, 2, 7, 8, 9 is so that when we get to chapters 3 and 4, we actually know what we're talking about, okay? So that's the idea here, is we want to go through and learn stoichiometry. And so we are using the atomic theory here, okay, of where the atoms are responsible for chemical reactions in order to do stoichiometry. Now, abbreviated symbols for the elements, O for oxygen, Al for aluminum, etc., give chemicals a quick and easy way to represent the elements on paper. These symbols also allow chemists to represent the composition of chemical compounds by using a chemical formula. Well, what's a chemical formula, you ask? I'm so glad you guys asked these questions. All right, these are symbolic representations that specify the elements present in a compound and the relative numbers of atoms of each element present. You are already familiar with some chemical formulas. For example, H2O means a compound with 2 hydrogen atoms and an oxygen atom in each molecule, and that CO2 means 1 atom of carbon and 2 atoms of oxygen. You're already familiar with the idea of these, okay? But with that in mind, there are different types of chemical formulas, okay? So we're going to get into that here. Now, I want to point out one thing very quickly. In this class, everyone, eyes up here, okay? Eyes on me. In this class, position matters. Size matters. So if there is a subscript, it better look like a subscript. If there is a superscript, it better look like a superscript. Okay, aka exponent. Okay. If it's a whole number in front of a letter, it better look like a whole number in front of a letter. Okay? Does that make sense? Because that's how we actually communicate. This isn't like grammar where you can suddenly like not capitalize anything or put any punctuation online and people understand what you mean. In chemistry, formatting is everything. Okay? And I'm not trying to be nitpicky, okay? Although I would do that as a grammar teacher too, but we're moving on. All right? There's English you use in class and then there's the English you use at home. Okay? We understand that, okay? Chemistry, okay? You have to follow the rules all the time. Okay? Does that make sense? So, make sure you're paying attention. Make sure you guys got this. Let's talk about this. Now, there are 2 major categories of chemical compounds, molecular and ionic. Molecular compounds are groups of 2 or more atoms linked together by chemical bonds to form distinct units. These are composed of, molecules. Okay? The other type is ionic compounds. This is a vast array or crystal of ions or electrically charged particles. Okay? Now, I know we've already discussed the differences here. That's kind of why I do chapter 9 before this chapter. But you got to remember the way this book's written, this is the first time you would be seeing those terms. So that's why we're over-defining stuff. Okay? And give me a minute. Ugh. Okay, I'm good. I was like eating my beard and it's just gross. All right. So these 2 different types also have different types of representation when chemical formulas. Now, they don't look different. We still type them or write them the exact same way. But the way we do this is through different types of formulas. The first kind is a molecular formula. This tells us exactly how many of each type of atom are found in an actual molecule of that substance. This is used only for covalent substances. For example, H2O. That means in every molecule there is exactly 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. Okay, does that make sense? However, there does also exist an empirical formula, which shows only the simplest ratio of atoms in a compound. This is only used for ionic compounds and is referred to as a formula unit. An example of this is NaCl. We've been dealing with table salt already. Okay? NaCl is not you have a molecule of 1 sodium to 1 chlorine. That's not how it works. In reality, you might have a crystal that's Na100, Cl100. It reduces down to NaCl. Does that make sense? Okay, it's essentially like reducing a fraction. Okay, so ionic compounds, we have to just give you the simplest ratio because there is no separating out one molecule out of that crystal. With molecules, we say exactly how much is in there because it's going to change how it behaves. For example, different types of sugar often have the same ratios of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. But based on how big the sugar molecule is, will determine which type of sugar it is because they behave differently. So you have to be careful which one's which. Okay, does that make sense? So you don't want to reduce a molecular compound. You have to reduce an ionic compound. All right, does that make sense? Okay, and I probably shouldn't be using the word reduce because reduction means something different in chemistry, but don't worry about it. All right, so answer. That's how you know, that's why you need to know if it's covalent or if it's ionic. Yep, if it's covalent, it's molecular. If it's ionic, it's ionic. All right. All right, let's first of all talk about molecular compounds because they're a little simpler. Okay? So molecular compounds are typically used for molecular or covalent compounds containing 2 nonmetals. Okay, we're only focusing on 2 right now because we're kind of getting you guys into the dialect. Okay? This is kind of like its own language. All right, so this is how we typically name these things. And we've been doing this, okay? And so what we do is we keep the name of the first element without change, and then we change the ending of the second to IDE. The IDE means covalent bond, okay? It's an oversimplification, but yes. All right, and then we add prefixes as necessary to indicate multiples. We only use mono if we need to avoid confusion. For example, we have carbon dioxide. So we call the alternative carbon monoxide so that we avoid confusion. We don't just say carbon oxide. Does that make sense? So we'll say mono if needed. Other than that, we'll use prefixes. This makes more sense if we just start doing it. So let's just go right into an example. We're writing a formula for sulfur hexafluoride. Okay, this is where your knowledge of prefixes is going to come in handy. This is why I've been drilling into them since in mathematics and geometry and things like that. So hopefully you've been paying attention throughout your past education. So sulfur doesn't change, so we just have S. What does hexa mean? 6. It means we have 6. And fluoride, we can recognize the root there is which element? Fluorine. Okay, so I have sulfur. There's no prefix. That means I have how many? 1. If there's no prefix, it's 1. So I have SF6. Huh? This is covalent, if that's what you're asking. All right, dinitrogen pentasulfide. Okay, one thing at a time. What's the first element? Nitrogen. What does the prefix di mean? 2. So we have N2. All right, does that make sense? So we're going to have N2. All right, pentasulfide. Which element is that? Sulfur. Okay. Penta means 5. So I'm going to have 2 nitrogen and 5 sulfur. There you go. Okay? The language of chemistry is so that if you hear a name, you can write down the chemical formula. That's the entire goal. So at the beginning of our video that we watched, he mentioned that really long name. Okay? That's actually an actual name of an acid, and if you slow it down, because obviously you're not going to pick it up that fast. If you slow it down, you could create the chemical formula for it just off the name. Okay? That's the whole point of this. So it sounds like a bunch of tongue twisters and things like that. The reason it's like that is for clarity. If I say that, you know exactly what's in there. Okay? There's a reason why. Nope, I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to, just no. Okay? Actually, I will get into this a little bit. On the back of your shampoo bottle or the back of a food, if you look at the ingredients list, you know some of those names are unpronounceable, okay, unless you know the rules, okay? And people look at that and they say, oh no, we're putting such dangerous chemicals in our food and our materials. Okay, first of all, some, yes, okay, I will give you that. Some of them shouldn't be in our stuff, okay? But just because something has says something you can't pronounce does not mean it's bad for you. Because if you go by that logic, arsenic and cyanide are good for you, even though they're poison. But I can pronounce them, okay? It makes no sense, all right? Does that make, you follow me? All right, just because something has a long name does not make it bad for you. As a matter of fact, the part of the molecule of cinnamon that gives it its scent, okay, and I hope no one in here would argue that cinnamon is really bad for you, but I don't know, unless you're allergic. The name for that is over 25 characters long in chemistry. Okay, I actually don't remember it, otherwise I would tell it to you, okay? I just know it's a really long name, okay? And they used to call it cinnamaldehyde because it gives cinnamon its scent, but it tells you nothing about the chemical formula. And so instead now it's got like a prefix and a number and another number, and like there's numbers and names in chemistry, okay? There's a reason for this, so that way you guys can always come back and create the formula, okay? And so chemists, there we go, there's a word for that. So chemists can go through and understand exactly what's being said with no ambiguity. Okay, it unifies all of chemistry. Okay, and everything is Latin-based. Okay, so you got to apply Latin rules of pronunciation, which you already know, even if you don't know, you know, because we use a lot of it in English. All right, so that's how we go from name to formula. We can also take a formula to a name. Okay, so let's do that part. I have B2BR4. Okay, first of all, what is that first B? What element is that? Boron. How many do I have? What's the prefix for 2? Di. So I'm going to have diboron. Done. All right, next element. We have Br. Okay, which is? Bromine. This is a covalent thing, so I'm going to say bromide. Okay, just go ahead and change the suffix now. I have bromide. What's the prefix for 4? Tetra. Now, if you thought quad, you're not alone. Quad is also a prefix for 4. In chemistry, we're going to always use tetra. Okay? Does that make sense? So that's maybe one of the few that you have to learn. It's one of those ones that's got 2. Okay, we're going to use tetra. All right, so we have diboron tetrabromide. All right, not as bad as it sounded, right? Okay, you just got to take your time and apply the rules. Let's look at the next one. What's that first element? Chlorine. By the way, I notice a lot of people, make sure that you're not putting L as capital I. Okay, that is an L. All right, so make sure, because a lot of you guys have been doing that on like your Lewis structures and stuff. Okay, your second letter of an atomic symbol will always be lowercase. All right, so just mentioning that. All right, so ClO2, so we have chlorine. Do I need to put a prefix? No, okay. The only ones where you're going to have to put mono, you'll kind of know you need to put mono anyway, so don't worry about that. All right, so we have chlorine. That doesn't even change. All right, O2. So first of all, what element is that? Oxygen. What's the prefix I give it? Ide. So oxide. Okay, we actually chop off most of oxygen because we have to. All right, so we have oxide. How many? 2. What prefix? Di. So we have chlorine dioxide. Okay, makes sense? Okay, if you just go through piece by piece and keep your head on straight, it's not that bad until we get to acids. But anyway. I think that's just, yep, that's where the video was supposed to go. And by supposed to, I mean I did what I want. All right, if you would please look at page 39 of your textbook. Look at page 39 of your textbook. This is not in your supplement, so page 39 of your textbook. And I should have done this before this example, but oh well. Okay, very quickly, just pointing this out there, you have nitrogen monoxide as NO. Okay? You have dinitrogen monoxide, you have nitrogen dioxide, sulfur trioxide, carbon disulfide, and phosphorus pentachloride. Okay? So we typically only use mono when it's needed to avoid ambiguity, but there are some more examples there, so you can see back and forth how they're named. Okay? So I just want to point out you have more examples than what's just in your supplement. Your prefixes are listed on page 38. Okay? Again, mono is only used under certain circumstances. Then we have di, tri, tetra, penta, hexa, hepta, that's 7, octa, nona, and deca. And anything above that, we'll get to it as we go. All right? But those 10 you should know off the top of your head. All right? You guys should know all those prefixes. So if I handed you a quiz of nothing but chemical names, you should be able to give me nothing but formulas. If I give you a quiz of nothing but formulas, you should be able to give me nothing but formula names. You follow me? Okay. Am I going to? No, because I don't want to write that quiz. All right, so I'm just saying you should be able to because it's going to come up. All right, 3.2. What time is it? Oh, never mind. We are out. All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later, and you guys are dismissed.
All right, page 90 in your books, 4.7. We're going to cover this real quick. Standardized budgets. Okay. There are a list of whole bunch of family-friendly organizations that have come up with basic percents for your budget. Okay. Basically telling you approximately what you should be spending on the different categories in your budget based on the number of people in your house. Okay? Now, again, these are just suggestions, and these percents can change based on your amount of income that you have, how many people are in your house, what you're responsible for, and how much money you're making. Okay? For instance, if you are out of your house, you're not living with your parents anymore, but you have a roommate, okay? You're making $50,000 a year, and you're splitting everything for your apartment or wherever you're living in half with your roommate, okay? You do not need to be spending 24% of your income on your housing, okay? If you're spending 24% of your income on your housing, you're spending well over $1,000 a month for your apartment, which that should not be the case if you're splitting everything with someone else, okay? However, if you are married and you and your spouse are living in an apartment, then yes, you probably should be spending 24% on your housing. Because having an apartment for two people is going to cost about $1,000. Remember, for your categories also, okay, housing category could also include things like maintenance. If you're buying a house, if you own a house, you're paying a mortgage, your housing category also includes your maintenance of the house, upkeep of the house. So when you're doing this, you need to make sure that not all your mortgage payment is going in that amount, that percentage. So if you have $50,000 and you're spending 24%, that's about $1,200, right? Your mortgage payment should not be $1,200. Okay, because you have other categories underneath the heading of housing. Food. Food is another good one. They have 16%. Okay, if you're making $50,000, you're spending 16%, you're going to end up spending no, that's not right. You're going to end up spending about $800 on food per month. I don't know about you, but I don't need $800 worth of food per month. Maybe you do, I don't know. Maybe you like eating out a lot. So there's places, like I said, that have come up with these percentages. These are just guidelines to help you standardize your budget. If you don't know where to start with your budget, this is a good place to do it. There's also disposable income. This is income after deductions and a 10% tithe, okay? So disposable income is basically what money you have left over. This is what you're supposed to base your budget off of, your disposable income, okay? So this is money you get after you get your paycheck. So all your deductions are taken out, your insurance is taken out, your taxes are taken out. And then they say also this is all money that includes after the tithe, okay? If you grow up in church at all, you know that tithe is 10%. That's money you're supposed to give to the church. So 10%. Some people give more than 10%. That's called an offering. But the Bible tells us we're supposed to tithe off the first fruits. So that means that everything, as soon as you get it, you're supposed to tithe immediately. That's what it takes into account. So disposable income is money that you get in your paycheck after all your taxes are taken out, all your insurance is taken out, everything else. This is basically your net pay minus your tithe. So let's look at a couple of these problems here. We have model problem number 2, or model problem 2 on page number 91. Jay Crockett has a family of 4 and budgets $550 of his $2,900 monthly disposable income for food. What percent, to the nearest whole percent, does he budget for food? Does he budget more or less than the recommendation? And by how much does his budget differ? Okay? So this is simple. We're kind of divide 550 divided by 2,900. We want to do the small number on top, the larger number on the bottom, because we want that decimal. If we have a decimal, we can change it to a percent. Okay? So we divide those two numbers and we get 19%. It's recommended that he spend 18% on food, not 19%. So his budget differs by $28 per month. Okay? Like I said, these percentages are recommended. Okay? You don't have to go by that. You can go by something else if you want, but this is just, they took averages of what different people budget for the different types of families, different sizes of families. You know, it could be that your family enjoys eating out, so you're going to budget more money for food. It could be the opposite, where your family doesn't like leaving the house at all, so you're not going to eat out at all. Okay? So it just depends. If you're going to eat out, you're going to spend more money on food. That's just the way it is. Okay? So we're going to look at model problem number 1 here. And what you're going to do is you're going to use the chart on page 90 to fill in the problems for 1 through 5. So disposable income, family of 4. We're going to use that chart all the way down. So we have $28,950 with a family of 4. That's 18%. You're going to find 18% of $28,950. Change 18% to 0.18 and multiply. And what do we get? Emma? $5,211. Okay? I'm hoping that that is per year on food and not per month. What about housing? And utilities from someone over here? $2,316. And because clothing and utilities are the same, they're going to have the same amount. Same thing goes for savings and insurance. So what do we have for savings and insurance? 1737. Okay, so these are pretty simple problems to work out. Don't forget, study for your quiz coming up tomorrow, 1.1 to 4.7. Again, there's only 10 questions in this, and it's just saying, it's not covering all the material, but it's saying that the material can be pulled from any of those sections. And then we have our test on Friday. That's chapters 1 through 4. Okay, any questions? You can work on some of these problems. I'm right here to help you guys if you need anything. Yes? It is Wednesday, so there is no homework.
Well, turn the pages, 274 if you're on page 37. No what ifs, Emma. Just turn to page 74. Okay, so we've been talking about the sonnets, Italian and English. Okay, so we kind of briefly went over the differences between the two, between the Italian. We didn't go over it, but just kind of mention them. Okay, so this page is kind of going more into depth of what the Italian sonnets are. But remember that Italian, or a sonnet, is a 14-line poem written in iambic pentameter. Remember, iambic pentameter, obviously it means that it has 5 feet. And then the meter that it is measured with is iambic. Okay, that just means it's short and long, or accented and unaccented. Oh my word, this is so hard to erase. Okay, so iambic pentameter basically is just talking about the meter in which it's written. Okay, so this is a 14-line poem written in iambic pentameter. Okay, it has a definite pattern of 2 basic varieties, Italian or English. Okay, so if we're looking on page 74, here are the differences between the Italian and the English one. Okay, the Italian, or the Petrarchan sonnet, those are 2 different names for the sonnets. Okay, who remembers what was the name of the man who kind of developed the Italian sonnet? Does anybody remember? Sorry? The Italian one. Where are they? Drama. Okay, so it was Wyatt. Okay, Sir Thomas Wyatt. He developed the Italian sonnet, or not developed. He went to Italy. He came back to England, and he introduced the Italian sonnet. Okay. Then there was Henry Howard, the Earl of Surrey. Okay, he's remembered for his more fluent verse and the Adventure of the Blank Verse, and the English sonnet form. That was Henry Howard, the Earl of Surrey. Okay, you do want to know this too, guys. That was in our notes previously, but if you don't know, it's on page 69 when it briefly introduces the sonnet. Okay, page 69, sonnet form was introduced to England by Sir Thomas Wyatt and Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey. Wyatt returned to England to imitate the Italian sonnets of Petrarch and gave England the Italian sonnet form. Then Surrey is remembered for his more fluent verse and as the inventor of the blank verse and the English sonnet form. That's on page 69. Okay? So on page 74, these are just the differences between the Italian and the English. Notice how the Italian, okay, it has 2 parts. There is an octave and a sestet, which represent a division in thought. So when these writers would write them, they would have 2 different types of, sorry, let me just fix the screen. Okay, they would have 2 different types of verses. One is an octave and the other one is a sestet. Okay, when they're talking about their story, the octave would represent something different than the sestet, kind of clashing with each other. That is the Italian or Petrarchan sonnet. Okay, it says the octave has a rhyme scheme of A, B, B, A, B, B, A, and presents a situation or idea or raises a question. So if you guys look at the octave example, A, B, B, A, B, B, A, that's kind of like the 2 stanzas. We're on page 74. Okay, then the octave comes after, and those have the rhyme schemes of C, D, C, D, C, D, C, D, C, D, or C, D, E, C, D, E, or C, C, D, D, E, E. It just depends, but those are with 8, okay? Or no, a sestet is 2 terceps and 3 couplets. Okay, those are obviously 5. All right, then octave is first 8. There's 4 lines in the first stanza, 4 lines in the second stanza. That's an octave. Okay, and then the sestet represents or responds to the octave by making a comment, giving an example, or answering a question. So the octave presents the question, the sestet kind of answers the question within this sonnet. Okay, that is the Italian or the Petrarchan sonnet. The English or Shakespearean sonnet, it has 3 quatrains and a couplet. Okay, you see that at the beginning or at the bottom. First quatrain, second quatrain, third quatrain, and then the couplet at the end. Okay, and then the rhyme scheme is A B, C D C D, E F, and then G G. Okay, so it's 3 quatrains, then a couplet at the end. That's how you classify an English or Shakespearean sonnet. Okay. Yesterday, we should have read through some of the sonnets, okay, pages 75 and 76. Okay, you do kind of want to know these about William Shakespeare's sonnets, all right? His sonnets numbers 1 through 126, these were addressed to a young man giving fatherly advice to him, okay? It's from maybe a point of view of a fatherly figure giving advice to the young man. Okay, make sure you know this. Okay, there were 154 sonnets that William Shakespeare wrote. Numbers 1 through 126 were from a standpoint or a viewpoint of a man giving advice. Okay, numbers 100 through 127 through 152. These sonnets addressed to a mysterious, dark woman who the speaker falls in love with despite her faults. Okay, and then the last 2 sonnets, 153 and 154, these were traditional love songs dealing with Cupid, who was the Roman god of love. Okay, and one thing to note about the first 126 sonnets, okay, it's not exactly like an inappropriate type of like relationship where it's a guy to another guy, okay? It's basically just some type of fatherly advice. We see that in Sonnet 18, okay? When you would read Sonnet 18, it says, "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?" Okay? When we first read that, we may think it's about a guy talking about a girl, okay? But in reality, it's this man talking about his friend. He's talking about his friend, comparing him to a summer's day, okay? Then you read on, and it kind of explains what he means by that, okay? So, Emma, you kind of had a epiphany in your mind. You just kind of like gasped, Emma. When I said Sonnet 18, you were like,
No, I just like,
yeah, but it's not addressed to a girl, okay? It's in Sonnets 1 through 126 is addressed from a fatherly figure to a young man. So let's kind of take apart Sonnet 18. Okay, if you guys look in the first stanza or the first line, it says, "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day, thou art more lovely and more temperate?" Okay, summer's day, obviously we think of, well, obviously here it's really hot, but a summer's day, he's kind of comparing him to a nice day. It's nice and sunny. Okay, you are more lovely. Okay, you are more temperate. Obviously, it's a good time of the year as summer is. If you read in lines 3, 4, and 5, okay, and 6, "Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot, the eye of heaven shines." What do you think the eye of heaven is? Good, the sun. Okay, the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed. So maybe a cloud comes by and dims his sunlight. Okay, the summer's lease hath all too short a date. Okay, summer seasons end. If you guys look at "rough winds do shake the darling buds of May," sometimes winds come. Okay, sometimes we hate the wind. He's saying you are more lovely than a summer's day, where anything can happen on a summer's day. Okay, and every fair from fair sometimes declines by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. By thy eternal summer shall not fade. He's saying you matter to me more than a summer's day. Okay, a summer's day is nice, but it's very unpredictable. Okay, it's not It's unstable. Anything can happen. So he's saying, you are stable. You're my good friend. If you guys look at the last two lines, he says, so long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this. He's talking about his poem, okay? And this, your poem, or my poem, gives life to thee. So basically the theme of this in Sonnet 18 is his friend is better than a summer's day, and his friend becomes immortal through this poem. So it's not exactly addressing a woman, obviously. He's not saying, woman or my girlfriend, whatever, my love, you're more fair than a summer's day. He's just talking about his friend. His friend is better than a summer's day, and his friend becomes immortal through the poem. It's saying, so long as my poem lives on, everyone will know your legacy through my poem. Okay, your memory will live on through this poem. Okay, that's the theme. Make sure you write this down. You want to know the theme of Sonnet 18. Okay, and if you guys look at the top, that's just kind of like some background to William Shakespeare. Obviously, we know him as one of the greatest writers in English history. That's the house that he was born. He was born at Stratford-on-Avon. Basically, he was born in Stratford, England, on the Avon River. That's why they call his house that. Okay, his wife, who knows what his wife's name was? Okay, his wife's name was Anne Hathaway. Anne Hathaway, he married a woman like that. Obviously, we probably know the famous actress Anne Hathaway, Princess Diaries, and any other great movie that she's in. Okay, but that was his wife's name, Anne Hathaway. If you guys look on page number 80, just turn back real quick. That's his dying place, Trinity Church at the River Avon. So he was born there, and then he also died over at the river on Avon. Okay, let's look at Sonnet 29. Okay, Sonnet 29, this is also talking about his friend. Okay, he says, when in disgrace with fortune in men's eyes, what do you think the mood is of this work? Do you think it's a happy tone, a happy mood? No, he says, when in disgrace with fortune in men's eyes, I all alone beweep my outcast state. What do you think, what mood or what is he feeling, or what does Shakespeare want us to feel? What do you guys think? Sadness. Okay, the mood here is depression. He says, when in disgrace is not a good word. Obviously, disgrace is a word of maybe horror, maybe something that happened really bad, something bad that really happened. Okay, when in disgrace with fortune in men's eyes, I'm kind of out of favor. I all alone, he's lonely, beweep my outcast state. He's outcast, no one likes him. He says, and trouble deaf heaven with my bootless cries when I'm crying out to God, but they're useless. Okay, bootless means useless. And then I look upon myself and curse my fate, wishing me like to one more rich in hope. Okay, that's a lot of things when you're lonely and you're sad. A lot of things can come into your mind that you think about. It's not good things, like you say, I wish I was this. I wish I was richer. I wish I was better. I wish I was something. Okay, he's lonely, so he's kind of just, the word is wallowing, or he's pouting, or he's just sulking in his loneliness. Okay, he's depressed. He wishes that he was more rich. He says, desiring this man, or he says, featured like him. I wish I looked like that guy, or like him with friends possessed. I wish I was this guy, because this guy has friends. Desiring this man's art and that man's scope, I wish I looked like him, or I wish I did things that he could, with what I most enjoy contented least. He says, yet in these thoughts myself despising, look at this, he says, happily I think on thee, and then my state, like to the lark at break of day arising from sullen earth, sings hymns at heaven's gate. So he's basically saying, even if I'm lonely, I'm depressed, I'm by myself, when I think of you, I become happy. So when he remembers his friends, or remembrance of his friends causes his change in mood. Okay, so the theme of this poem is remembrance of his friends bring joy. Okay, he says, for thy sweet love remembered such wealth brings, that then I scorn to change my state with kings. He's saying, my mood changes. When I think of you, you bring happiness to my life, different things like that. Okay, that is Sonnet 29. Let's look at Sonnet 55. All right, Sonnet 55. Not marble nor the gilded monuments of princes shall outlive this powerful rhyme. Okay, he's talking to his friend, but you shall shine more bright in these contents over this poem. Okay, then unswept stone, besmeared with sluttish time, when wasteful war shall statutes overturn, and broils root out of the work of masonry, nor Mars his sword, nor war's quick fire shall burn the living record of your memory. So all these statutes of heroes arise, and then in war they break down. He's saying no Mars his sword, that's kind of referring to Mars was the Roman god of war, and thus would have been associated with the sword. Nor war's quick fire shall burn. Okay, the Roman god, he came and he conquered. Okay, he's a great hero. He says, war's quick fire shall burn. After war, people are forgotten or people are dead. But all of these things can happen. But what does he say? He says, the living record of your memory. Okay, he's saying everything can happen in this life. No matter what happens, your memory will live on. Okay, and that's the theme of Sonnet 55. His friend's memory will be preserved by this poem and will outlive monuments or wars or different things like that. Okay, that is Sonnet 55. Like I said, it's basically talking about a friend. It's not really a love sonnet. That is the last two, Sonnets 153 and 154. Okay, make sure you are writing this down, marking these down in your notes or in your book. Okay, let's talk about Sonnet 116. Turn the page. The theme is true love endures and doesn't shift with change of passing of time. Okay, we talked about how Sonnets 1 through 126 was a friend. Okay, let me not to the marriage of the mind admit impediments. Look at this. Love is not love, which alters when its alteration finds. What do you think that means? Love is not love, which alters when it alteration finds. Who can explain that in their own words? Sorry? I just read it. Love is not love, which alters when it alteration finds. We're in Sonnet 116. Which line? Lines number 2 and 3. Love is not love, which alters when it alteration finds. Okay, well, let's explain it then. What do you think the word alter means? Class? What? Change. Okay, so it's saying love is not love when it changes, when changes come. Okay, that's pretty simple. Love is not love, which alters when an alteration finds. Okay, it doesn't change. That's not true love. Okay, this is advice to the young man saying when you're looking for love, look for something that lasts. Okay, when you think of something that doesn't last, oftentimes we think of maybe junior hires when they say, oh, I love you, and then the next day or 2 days later they break up and then it's all drama, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, we know that's not true love. Okay? True love, when change comes, seasons change, trials come. True love is true love when nothing changes, when you still love them no matter what. It says, or bends with a remover to remove, or an inconstant one. Okay? Oh no, it is an ever fixed mark. Obviously, love is something that is true and it remains the same. It endures. That looks on tempest and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark. Okay? This is kind of an analogy. Look at wandering bark. The idea here is that true love gives direction and stability, even as the stars guide the navigators. Okay? It is a star to every wandering bark. Obviously, back then, men used maybe the stars to kind of navigate on the seas. Okay? That means true love is compared to the North Star or something that kind of is always there. It doesn't move. Okay? Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickles compass one. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks. Okay? But it bears it out even to the edge of doom. Okay? And then the last 2 lines, we see the couplet at the end. He says, if this be error and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. Okay, he says you can't really say that I'm wrong because obviously we know true love lasts forever. Okay, all right, the last one is Sonnet 146. Okay, And in this sonnet, it's kind of like the battle between the inward soul versus the outward body, okay? He's saying, poor soul, the center of my sinful earth, or the body, fooled by these rebel powers that thee array. Okay, that means to draw up in battle, deck in finery. So he's saying, you are, poor soul, the center of my body, like that's the inside of me, fooled by these rebel powers that thee array. Okay, sometimes we're focused on the outward body. Why dost thou pine within and suffer dearth, painting thy outward walls so costly gay or happy? Okay, he's basically saying, why am I focusing so much on my outward appearance? Okay, he's saying, why so large cost, having so short a lease, dost thou upon thy fading mansion spend? He's saying, why so large a cost, having so short a lease? Obviously, our physical bodies, our outward bodies don't last forever. Okay? Shall worms, inheritors of this excess, eat up thy charge? Is this thy body's end? Then he's saying, then, soul, live thou upon thy servant's loss, and let that pine to abrogate thy store, by terms divine and selling hours of dross. Okay, within be fed, without be rich no more. So shalt thou feed on death that feeds on men. And look at this, and death once dead, there's no more dying then. So basically in this story, he's saying, why am I focusing so much on my outward appearance or my physical body when my soul is the one that lasts forever? The last two lines says, death once dead, there's no more dying then. Death only, obviously you only die once. Okay, and then death gets one chance to take your body, but your soul lives on. So we should be more focusing on things that are lasting for the eternal life after, and we shouldn't really be focusing on our outward bodies. I'm not saying let yourself go. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, though, things that really matter in the end, like things that last for eternity, is the things that we really do need to focus on, more so than, I don't know, getting in shape, buying a lot of things for us, different things like that. Okay? Those are the sonnets. And then just famous lines from Shakespeare's play. We're not going to go into these. You won't have to know every single one. But these are just basically some famous lines that a lot of people may reference today, or what they're known for. If you guys look on page 77. Okay? The first one, "O Romeo, O Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo?" We know that from Romeo and Juliet. Okay? And then he says, "Love goes towards love, as schoolboys from their books." This one is also from Romeo and Juliet. He's saying, love goes towards love, as schoolboys from their books. Obviously, schoolboys, when they go away from school, they're happy. That's how love is. It's happy, but love from love towards school with heavy look. So they're saying it's sad when you're leaving love, or love is leaving you. When, just like boys are sad when they have to go back to school. Not just boys, obviously, kids are sad whenever they have to go back to school. Okay? Look at the top of the page on page 77 on the right-hand side. He says, the course of true love never did run smooth. Obviously, love has its ups and downs. That is from A Midsummer's Night's Dream. The devil can cite scripture for his purpose. That is the third one. That one is from The Merchant of Venice. That's pretty true. Obviously, we know in the Bible that the devil tempted Jesus, even with scripture, so that's kind of some truth to that. Turn the page, go to page 78. Okay. At the top of the page, from King Henry IV, Part 1, it says, "If all year were playing holidays, to sport would be as tedious as to work." Basically, he was saying, if you had to play all year, like no work, basically it'd become work to play. And then different things like that. These are just famous lines from Shakespeare. We see "Beware the Ides of March" from Julius Caesar. He's saying, "But for mine own part, it was Greek to me." That's kind of like a famous saying now, if you don't really understand what someone is saying. Like, it's kind of a saying where it's like, oh, it's Greek to me. Like, obviously, in Julius Caesar, he didn't know Greek. So it's kind of just a saying that people know now. Okay? And these are just basically famous lines from his play. So you guys can read through those on your own time. But no homework tonight. Tonight is Wednesday. So enjoy your Wednesday off from English. But let's go ahead and pull out our grammar handbooks. Okay, so we have been working on diagramming, but let's kind of review what we've learned before with our phrases, our clauses, and our sentence structure. Okay, we are going to take our quiz on this on Friday. Okay, I was going to say tomorrow, but let's just take it on Friday so we'll have extra time to review. It's over phrases, clauses, and sentence structure. Okay, it was the previous sections that we were in. It's over sections 5 through 7, okay, which are phrases, clauses, and sentence structure. Okay, so let's just go over some things that'll help us remember sentence structure. Turn to page number 34. Okay, page number 34 is basically going over the different kinds of sentences. We know there are 4 different kinds of sentences. Okay, give me the first one, class. Simple, good. What's the next one? Good. Okay, what's the next one? Good. Okay, and then the last one. Good. Compound, complex. Okay, and for those of you who don't exactly remember what the differences are between those, you can write these down. Okay, so the simple one we know has only one independent clause, okay? And no dependent clauses, okay? That's a 1. All right? Basically, with a compound, we know that this has 2 independent clauses. Okay, 2 and 1. Simple, that's kind of what it is, a simple sentence, independent clause. It can stand on its own. Compound has 2 independent clauses. Both can stand on their own. Okay, a complex sentence has how many independent clauses, class? Good, 1 independent clause. Okay, that's what makes it complex. But what else does it have in order to make it complex? Good, 2 or more, 1 or more dependent clauses. Okay, that's what makes it complex. But we know that it only has 1 independent clause that can stand on its own. Okay, but it also has 1 or more dependent clauses. Now, how many independent clauses do the compound sentences have, class? 2 or more. Okay. But how do we know that it makes it complex? It has, good, 1 or more dependent clauses, okay? That's how we know the differences between sentence structures. Obviously, simple is 1 independent clause, pretty much self-explanatory, can stand on its own. Compound is 2 independent clauses. Who can raise their hand or shout it out loud? What can separate independent clauses? Good, a semicolon or a conjunction. Good, okay, so those are the ands, buts, or, for, nor, yet, different things like that, okay? Those are your coordinating conjunctions that separates 2 individual or independent clauses. Complex is basically the simple plus something else, okay? So 1 or more dependent clauses, that's what makes it complex. Compound complex is 2 or more independent clauses. You can have 3, 4, whatever, as long as it's separated by a semicolon or a coordinating conjunction with a comma. And then the complex part comes in with the 1 or more dependent clauses, okay? So that is the differences between those. Turn back to page number 26, okay? The phrase is a group of words or related words that does not contain a subject and a verb. Okay, so there are different kinds of phrases. Okay, there's the prepositional phrase. Obviously, we know those. Those prepositional phrases show a relation. Okay, it's showing where I am related to you. Okay, I am in front of you. In front is a preposition. Okay, it's showing relation to you in the desk or in the chair. Okay, you are in the chair. In is a preposition. okay, showing relation to how Mr. Coral is looking at his computer. He's looking at his computer. At is a preposition, okay? Those are different prepositions. What do prepositional phrases always have? What? An object, okay? There are prepositions that can stand on their own, but a prepositional phrase, in order to have one, you do need an object, okay? So in the chair, chair would be my object. Outside of class, class is my object. In front of you is a preposition. You is your OP, okay? So those are prepositional phrases. Participial phrases, okay? What are those used as, class? Adjectives, good. Those end in ing. Those end with the suffixes d, en, t, ed, ing, okay? Dentiting, if you can remember that. All right, those are different participial words that will be used in phrases, and they describe nouns and pronouns. We know that adjectives describe nouns or pronouns. Turn the page to page 28, a gerund phrase, okay? Gerunds end in ing, okay? So participles, just write this really quick. Participles, phrases, they end in d, en, t, ed, or ing. Gerunds end in ing. Okay, and then obviously gerunds are used as what, class? Nouns. Okay, so they can be used as subjects, they can be used as direct objects, predicate nominatives, different things like that. Okay, and then infinitives, what consists of an infinitive? Okay, good. The word to plus a verb. Okay, these are phrases. Okay, infinitive is to plus the verb. To run, to walk, okay, to fly, different things like that. Those are infinitives. Okay, and those also can be used as nouns, pronouns, or nouns, adjectives, or adverbs. So, adjectives, obviously, gerunds, nouns, and then infinitives are kind of tricky because we have to look at its function within the sentence. Okay, those are phrases. Okay, and then what's the difference between a phrase and the clause? What does a clause have that the phrases don't? Sorry? A subject and a verb, good. Clauses have subjects and verbs, okay? Those are the differences. We do know that there are noun clauses. Those can also function as subjects, direct objects, different things like that, okay? We'll go and review those more in depth tomorrow to prepare for our quiz on Friday, but make sure you guys are looking over that, okay? And then we'll review a little bit more tomorrow, okay? Other than that, does anybody have any questions? Nope. All right, you guys are dismissed.
Hello. All right, there we go. All right, welcome to Algebra 2. We're on 2.7, radical equations. Hopefully my mic was working last class, son. Apparently I muted it somewhere. All right. Hopefully that was recent. We are on 2.7, radical equations. 2.7 radical equations. We're going to go through it today, and then the assignment will be due Friday, so that way you guys have time to complete it. Friday, you guys have a quiz. Oh, goodness, why did I put this away? Friday, you have a quiz over 2.5 and 2.6. Test 2 will be next week at some point. I will get you guys an exact date on that, probably on Friday. Hopefully on Friday. All right. Let's go over radical expressions. All right, a radical equation is an equation that has a variable as a radicand. To solve a radical equation, isolate the radical, raise both sides of the equation to the power that will clear the radical, square equations with square roots, cube equations with cube roots, etc. After eliminating the radical, solve the resulting equation. Since squaring both sides of an equation may introduce extraneous solutions, why we have to say extraneous instead of extra, I don't know. Maybe because math is just being that extra, I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Solutions that do not satisfy the original equation, check each solution. Do not assume that all solutions will be part of the final answer because they won't. Example 2.7a. Screen's on, right? Yep, and working here. Cool. All right, we have the square root of x plus 5 is equal to 8. So first things first, it's already isolated, so we just square both sides. X plus 5 then equals 64. Subtract 5 from both sides. X equals 59. Okay? And sure enough, if I add 59 to 5, we get 64. Square root of that is 8. We're done. Okay? So check works. No problem. That was part A. Part B. We have the square root of x plus 5 equals x plus 5. This feels like it should be a contradiction, but apparently not. So, all right. So first things first, we're going to square both sides. We get x plus 5 equals x squared plus 10x plus 25. Do not just try to square both the first and last terms. It's a mistake I see all the time. All right, so now we're going to move everything over to the same side. Okay, so I'm going to subtract x plus 5 from both sides, but then I'm going to flip the equation, okay, so that way it's correct. So does that make sense? So we're going to have x squared plus 9x plus 20 equals 0. Okay? Then we can factor this. X squared, 20, we get 20, we get 1 and 20, 2 and 10, 3 and 5. No. Durr. 3 doesn't go in there. 4 and 5. There we go. My bad. Only way to get 9, everything's going to be positive. So the only way to get 9 is to add 4 and 5. So we get 4x and 5x. Goodness. X plus 4, x plus 5. So we get x plus 4 times x plus 5. And that's equal to 0. Which means then x plus 4 equals 0 or x plus 5 equals 0. And I'm going to have to scroll down. Okay. So then we take, subtract 4 from both sides, so x equals negative 4, or subtract 5 from both sides, x equals negative 5. We have to double check both. So, negative 4 plus 5 is 1. Square root of 1 is 1. That will be, well, here, let's actually go through and plug it in. The square root of negative 4 plus 5 equals negative 4 plus 5. Okay, that's the idea. So this ends up being the square root of 1 equals 1. Yep, that works. Okay, negative 5. We get the square root of negative 5 plus 5 equals negative 5 plus 5. Okay, so then we get the square root of 0 equals 0. Yep, that also works. Ta-da. Okay, so both these are answers, so I can safely circle them both. All right, makes sense? Cool. Part C. I'm just going to go to new page. I have the square root of 6y plus 7 is equal to y minus 2. First thing we're going to do is we're going to square both sides. So we end up with 6y plus 7 is equal to y squared minus 4y plus 4. Okay? Then we're going to go through, and again, I'm going to subtract 6y plus 7 from both sides, but then flip the equation. So we're going to end up with y squared. Let me see, negative 6y becomes negative 10y. Negative 7 plus 4 is negative 3. And there we go. Yes, okay, just double checking. Factoring, that's not going to be a thing, because there's no factors of 3 that's going to add up to 10. So, quadratic formula. So y will equal negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. So y will equal negative 10 plus or minus the square root of negative 10 squared minus 4 times a times c all over 2 times a. All right, so y is going to equal 10 plus or minus the square root. Why am I slanting so bad? All right, of 100 plus 12 all over 2. Okay, and now it's like slanting the other way. I don't know. Okay. So then we're going to go through and do y is equal to 10 plus or minus the square root of 112 all over 2. 112, wait, hold up. The textbook has a typo. Lovely. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to double check my other key real quick for a note to self from the last time I taught this. So give me just a second. All right, that's confirmed to be typo, so let's go ahead and get going here. We're going to keep solving. Our answer is going to be different from the book. That is going to be intentional because we're going to do it correctly. All right, so we have 112. Let's simplify that as much as we can. So we have 112. Divide that by 2, we get 56. Divide that by 2, we get 28. Divide that by 2, we get 14. Divide that by 2, we get 7. All right, so I have 2 2's that can come out, and then 7 stuck inside. So we're going to have 10 plus or minus 4 times the square root of 7, because 2 times 2. Okay, all divided by 2, which we can simplify by canceling the 2's in every term. Okay, or we could factor out a 2 at the beginning and then moving on. Okay, so this is going to become y equals 5. This is not a fraction. So 5 plus or minus 2 times the square root of 7. Okay, then we need to go through and plug it in. Oops, I just yeah, that would explain why neither of their checks work in the textbook. Yeah, I'm just throwing that out there. Like, maybe you guys should actually use the checks. Okay, moving on. All right, so we have 5 plus or minus 2 times the square root of 7. If I plug that back in, okay, so we have y plus, okay, so 5 plus or minus 2 times the square root of 7. All right, I'm just going to bring this down here. So that's our answer. Our original equation was the square root of 6y plus 7 is equal to y minus 2. So we're going to put this in both equations and see if this works. And I wrote that really big and right in an inconvenient place. Okay, so the original equation plus 6y plus 7 is equal to y minus 2. So we're going to do it once with positive, once with negative. Okay? So we're going to have the square root of 6 times 5 plus 2 square root 7 plus 7 is equal to 5 plus 2 square root 7 minus 2. All right, let's go through and simplify this. First of all in positive, and then we'll do it again in negative. Actually, I'm going to go through and, no, that's not what I meant to do. But oh well. Select that. This can move over. Hey, there we go. All right, so let's go through and simplify this. So we have then the square root of 30 plus 12 times the square root of 7 plus 7 is equal to, oh goodness, 5 minus 2 is 3. So 3 plus 2 times the square root of 7. So we're going to take 30 plus 7, that gives us 37. We still may have extraneous solutions. Maybe that's why they didn't notice. All right, and then I'm going to cheat outrageously and plug them both to the calculator and see if they're equal. We have the square root of 37 plus 12 times square root of 7. Okay, that's 8.3 roughly. And then we have 3 plus 2 square root 7. Oh, they are equal. Okay. Well, that works. Couldn't tell you how to simplify this normally, so we're just going to go ahead and say, yep, there it is. There's the thing. All right. So this does, in fact, work. These are the exact same decimals. You can plug them into your calculator. You guys have calculators. I'm not worried. All right, so that was the positive check. Let's check the negative. These are both 8.29. 1502622, in case you're wondering. All right, moving on. This time with negative. So we have the square root of 6 times 5 minus 2 times the square root of 7 plus 7 is equal to 5 minus 2 times the square root of 7 minus 2. I guess if we're going to just plug it in the calculator, we don't really have to simplify it. So, you know, I'm going to anyway. All right, so we're going to go ahead and distribute. We end up with 30 minus 12 square root 7 plus 7 is equal to 3 minus 2 square root 7. Yeah, that's right. All right, so we get the square root of 37 minus 12 times the square root of 7 is equal to 3 minus 2 times the square root of 7. Let's see if they work. Square. I should probably show you guys how I'm plugging this in, huh? Let's see here. You know what? I actually just realized it's not trivial, so let's just go ahead and do that. You just hit the square root button, parentheses, 37 minus 12 square root of 7, close parentheses, equals, that's 2.291506, or 02622. And we do the same thing, square root of parentheses 3 minus 2 square root 7, end parentheses, and that says it's a non-real number. What? Oh, there's no square root at the beginning. Derp. So we just have 3 minus 2 times the square root of 7, which is negative 2 point, why doesn't history work on this thing right? All right, hold on. I'm just going to double check. Okay, so here's the issue. They're the same number, but one's positive, one's negative. Okay, so these are not equal, so this would be extraneous. So the correct answer is only y equals 5 plus 2 square root of 7. That's it. Okay, so that's why we have to check. Okay, so the second one is extraneous. And let me show you guys what happened here, and so you guys can see how it's plugged in. Why is this? There we go. That's how it works. That is not what I meant to do. Rats, how do I get back out of that? Right, I have to do it here. Yeah, and then I have to go back to board mode. I really need to look up the keyboard shortcut for that. All right. All right, there is what happened on the calculator. You'll notice that one's positive, one's negative, so they're very much not equal. And very quickly, I did plug this in correctly, right? I'm not doing something dumb? Okay, based on the previous screen. So we just plugged it in like this. Notice the square root nested inside the square root. In a TI calculator, you'll have to have parentheses around the 7 as well. Okay, that's basically the only difference. All right, so there you go. All right, what if there's multiple expressions? All right, let's look at example B. It's a B, I promise. All right, whatever, that just made it worse. All right, the square root of A plus the square root of 4A is equal to 5. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get the most complicated one by itself. May not be a huge deal. Wait, why in the world are we doing that anyway? We could just take the square root of 4 and be done. Right? Is that a thing? Okay, I'm going to come back and try solving it the other way and see. But for right now, let's just demonstrate the principle. All right, since the square root of 4a is more complicated, I'm going to get it by itself. So the square root of 4a is equal to 5 minus the square root of a, and distance learners will be right back. All right, so we're going to get this square root of 4a by itself and deal with it first, and hopefully the other one shakes itself out. If not, we'll take care of that later. Okay, so for right now, we're going to go ahead and square both sides, so which means we're going to have to use FOIL. So we have 4a is equal to 20, or just the square root principle, 25 minus 10 square root of a plus a. Okay, does that make sense? We're just going through and taking care of it. All right, then what we do is we get isolated the radical that's left. So we're going to subtract 25 from both sides, subtract a from both sides. We get 3a minus 25 is equal to negative 10 square root of a. We're going to divide both sides by negative 10. We get, no, we're not. What? Oh, they took the negative, what? All right, whatever. Multiply both sides by negative 1. And I'm going to go ahead and flip it. So we have 10 square root of a is equal to negative 3a plus 25. Now we're going to take and square both sides. We have 100a is equal to, oh goodness, 9a squared plus, no, minus 3 times 25 is 75 times 2 is 150. So 150a plus 625. Oh goodness, why? All right, so we're going to subtract 100a from both sides. So 0 is equal to 9a squared minus 250a plus 625. Why are we not simplifying this? Oh my goodness. Okay, this textbook. Okay, let's go through and simplify it because I'm not doing it with all those giant numbers. All right. First of all, is everything divisible by 9? No. Okay, this could be why we're not simplifying. Okay, never mind. Okay, so A is 9, B is negative 250, and C is 625, and this is where we're really thankful for calculators. Okay, so we have X is equal to negative B plus or minus the square root of, why am I freezing? B squared minus 4AC all over 2A. Okay, so X is equal to negative of a negative is a positive, so 250 plus or minus the square root of negative 250 squared minus 4 times A times C all over 2 times A. All right, that's a 9, promise. Okay, so X is equal to 250 plus or minus, I don't know about you, I don't know 250 squared off the top of my head. 62,500 minus 4 times 9 times 625 is equal to 22,500 all over 18. And then we have X is equal to 250 plus or minus the square root, and then it's going to be all over 18. So 62,500 minus 22,500, and we get 40,000. Please tell me that's a perfect square. Yay! Square root of 40,000 is 200. So we get 250 plus or minus 200 all over 18. So 250 plus 200 divided by, nope, and then divide that by 18. So we get 450 divided by 18, which is 25. That's the plus path. The minus path, 250 minus 200 is 50 divided by 18 is, oops, yeah, I'm working on it. Okay, 50 divided by 18 fraction. There we go, 25 over 9. That's the other possibility. Okay, so that's the two options. So we need to go back in and plug into the original, and I'm just going to scroll down and rewrite the original. So you get the square root of A, hold on. The original is the square root of A plus the square root of 4A is equal to 5. So over here we're going to have the square root, we're going to do 25, plus the square root of 4 times 25 is equal to 5. Thank you. And then the square root of 25 is 5. 4 times 25 is 100, the square root of which is 10. Well, that doesn't work. Okay, 15 plus, it is not equal to 5. Okay, so that's right out. All right, let's do the other one. The square root of 25 over 9 plus the square root of 4 times 25 over 9, oh my word, y, is equal to 5. So the square root of 25 over 9 is 5 over 3 plus, this becomes 100 over 9, so we get 10 over 3. So 15 over 3 is in fact 5. So that one works. So this is my only correct answer. Okay? Good? Okay, now I want to see if my shortcut would have worked. So this is purely like, at this point, I'm just seeing. So we had the square root of A plus the square root of 4A is equal to 5. I actually have no idea if this is going to work, so if it doesn't, please ignore it. But you can take the square root of 2. Or square root of 4, which is 2. So yes, my shortcut would have worked. You can just take the square root of 4 right off the bat. Oh man, without even dealing with the extra answer. That's just funny. Where'd my pen go? So yeah, if you want to do it the fast way, there you go. If you guys see a shortcut like that, please take it. Okay? Because I didn't remove any possibilities. I just simplified and then combined like terms. So like nothing got removed. Like I said, if you guys see a shortcut, so yeah, that does in fact work, and it doesn't even give you the fake answer. So there you go. All right, your homework due Friday is practice 2.7 green. Practice 2.7 green. That is funny. No, it's fine. See ya. Oh man. Oops, sorry. All right, practice 2.7 green is your homework. That's all you guys are going to work on tomorrow. And then that will be due on Friday. And then quiz 8 is on Friday over 2.5, 2.6. Test 2 over chapter 2 is next week. Make sure you guys are studied up. Okay? All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later.